Il percorso di avvicinamento alla grande manifestazione di Terra Madre e anche alla realizzazione del primo parco sullo stile di vita mediterraneo coincidono in maniera tale che in questi mesi, che aspettando per l'appunto
Over
Terra Madre,
these months, we've been waiting for the creation of this project for it because the pros to focus on the Mediterranean lifestyle, production system, feeding, and uh, analyzing territories and landscape are of a crucial importance for the whole world. From this perspective, one of the most relevant aspects is the international dimension, which does not exclude a deep local analysis. I'd like to use an abused term. Some people talk about glocalization, which is a blend between globalization and local aspects. If this system must be strongly rooted at a local level. This is why in order to create this park, we should think about functional methods based on the places where it will be carried out, based on agriculture, tourism, soil protection, multi-centenary food heritage. All of these topics may turn into purchase examples which may help us establish other centers like this, which are able to put together scientific and cultural aspects to be spread worldwide. This is what the term sustainability really means. It derives from sustain, which is a pedal of a piano which stretches a note of a piano. So it makes the note last longer, and this gives a sense of durability and sustainability from the social, political, and economical point of view. With regard to the great heritage of your territories, which is extremely important for the durability of this project. And it is also important with regard to all of the strategic choices that Sicily will have to make as far as economy and tourism are concerned. I believe what you're currently doing is extremely important. Such a lively park may give the territory a strong added value. And it is great that you chose to speak about Mediterranean lifestyle because there are so many diverse and different cultures around the Mediterranean area, and they share a system which must be protected. Therefore, I wish all of you to be able to take the most of such event and of such feat and challenge. I believe that this contribution to Terra Madre will prove to be very important. So I wish you all the best. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, including those who are connected on Zoom. We have concluded the first day of this Terra Madre event. The second phase will be held in June. What is Terra Madre? Terra Madre is a great international movement which aims to protect the planet, the food, and many other things. It is held every 2 years in Turin, and the event is attended by over 2 million visitors who share development models and patterns. And this event stems from the meeting between all of the leaders of Terra Madre. Mr. Petrini is a president of Slow Food, and he's the inspiring person of this project. Once they heard about Caltanisa's initiative, which had been carried out for 2 years, he said, I believe this is one of the best practices we would like to introduce in Turin in September on the occasion of the event about the Terra Madre. We will have two different bases. This one, which the current one, which involved 200 kids from the primary and secondary school who learned about ingredients, the Mediterranean lifestyle, the Mediterranean diet. It also involved adults, the adults who joined us here at the theater. The young people are protagonists of this reality because you represent the present and the future. Therefore, even though you've heard several adults and older people speaking who might look far away from your visions, well, this is what we've done is really important. Each school of the park will turn into a lab where we will work all together, all of us from different generations, and we will do this for your
perché non è una cosa che qualcuno vi sta somministrando, ma è una cosa che voi
this is something we are this is not something are administered to you, but this is something we have all decided before kick-starting this session. I'd like to tell you that this event is part of an Interreg. This is an international network of 13 countries aiming to preserve the Mediterranean diet and UNESCO heritage. We will discuss the first about the first park the Mediterranean style. The topic we are discussing is conceiving the park, designing the park, and establishing a strong partnership with the institutions while discussing technical and theoretical requirements, which we all discussed back in November. These are some of the main keys, the main aspects. The challenge revolves around the term mondial global park. We have no options or alternatives. We must we must give a change to the old concept. We must change the old concept of globalization. We need a new vision, a new strategy, a new plan, a new system project with the system subject to promote a new development model, a new economy. Therefore, we must face two major issues which are connected with each other. On the one hand, the current economic crisis and poverty. Therefore, we must create a new income, a new GDP, new sustainable development. And on the other hand, we must face the qualitative revolution, the green revolution, based on Laudato Si principle by Pope Francis for an ecological transition. Therefore, the first global park on the Mediterranean side. Therefore, we need a new development pattern. This is a gift from Sicily to the world based on a new lifestyle, on well-being and on sustainable well-being, which we need. As a consequence, the park must be integrated with all of the international networks. This is the aim of this three-day event. We must join those strong and existing networks, including UNESCO network. Yesterday, the lawyer Petrillo joined us here, and Laudato Si network by Pope Francis, and another network from Tuscany. Either institutional and non-institutional networks, such as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We had the Minister De Maio, the scientific community, the Italian foreign forum, and several other institutions. We will focus on cooking programs. It is we also collaborate with Italian cultural centers, the Italian Agency for Economy, and we will also take into account several tools regarding foreign market and trades. We will also take into account agricultural and food related policies, and we will collaborate with the Ministry of Culture, foreign professional networks, including Camere Estere and the whole Italian communities abroad. Within such a complex system, which doesn't look to be very well integrated, we should establish a special steering committee focusing on the Mediterranean diet, which does not only concern food, but whole life, which is important. We sharing such principles and ideas with many people, including Mayor Lucci, who is one of those who give us great contribution for the establishment of the steering committee. Having said this, I'd like to give the floor to the manager, Mr. Natale Giordano, who was been participating in the project in a very active way.
Grazie Francesco.
Thank you, Francesco. First of all, I'd like to convey my warmest greetings to all of you, especially the young. I'd like to say thank you. I'd like to thank all of the head teachers of the schools of Caltanissetta who actively collaborated with us within this project we're going to discuss today. It is fund financed by Interreg Med, which includes 13 partners, 8 Mediterranean countries, which have been working side by side since 2018. It's a 4-year project which encompasses all of those phases included in the Interreg project. This is final month where we are going to analyze all of the goals that we achieved over the past 3 years and 11 months of work. This is a project which was conceived during the 2017 call. The kickoff was in Barcelona during a fair, and it represents one of the main projects being held in Sicily. We've been collaborating for 2 years. Thanks to the funds provided by Interreg project. Due to some issues related to the funds, Sicily is collaborating in the Adriatic area, and Sicily is the emblematic region of the Mediterranean. It is a vast territory. It is with a rich food biodiversity. Therefore, we needed a Sicilian partner to represent the Sicilian contributions to a project aiming to promote those values related to the Mediterranean diet, as Councillor Nicoletti was saying, with regard to all of the 6 main aspects. In 2020, in early 2020,
arrivare anche a coloro che ci ascoltano attraverso la rete. Dicevo, all'inizio del 2020
In early 2020, we tried to
partner siciliano che idealmente e operativamente potesse
find a stakeholder who was able to invest on a process of promotion of those principles related to lifestyles in a historical time, which is very difficult. We must think about our lifestyle urgently, especially today. Well, after 2 difficult years of emergency, the pandemic and a war now.
di cui sappiamo bene. Per cui questo è un progetto non teso
This project aims not only to promote those products related to the food chain, but it also imposes us to meditate on the lifestyles which should be adopted. This project needed a partner able to design, to conceive durable effects. Pietrini's words are crucial. Caltanissetta is the main partner. We should meditate about durability. A project must be durable. Therefore, we need the ability to keep a community and its social, economical actors alive. And we believe Caltanissetta has these skills, these requirements. After the participation of Caltanissetta in Sevilla on the 4th of February 2020, even though on 8 on the 8th of March 2020 the lockdown was established in Italy. After that, the municipality of Caltanissetta
e la firma del contratto con l'autorità di gestione.
We signed a contract with the steering committee and in southern France, the French Riviera, and the municipality of Caltanissetta officially joined the project in April 2021, right 1 year after the end. Any partner would have struggled, and yet these present people kept working hard online through online meetings. They prove to be true warriors. They spent 14, 16 hours in front of their computers, and they organized so many online meetings. Today, we are still sharing our ideas with present guests and partners. This is a four propeller project whose components belong to the world of public institutions and universities, of private enterprises, associations, and third, no-profit institutions. The active participation of these stakeholders, which is needed within the Interact project, was achieved thanks to the experience of all of the stakeholders. The park will become more and more structured. It will become stronger and stronger, and this vision will will become clearer and clearer, and more and more members of the community will want to give their contribution. I'm proud to have been part of a process which involved the contribution of hundreds and hundreds of people who co-designed such project together, and this vision identified 11 networks constituting the articulated living lab in the Park of the Mediterranean style proposed by Caltanissetta. This is a lively, an open process which keeps growing and receiving more well, important crucial contribution either within central city, and thanks to the contributions coming from other national and international networks, including governmental institutions. Therefore, thanks to this purchase cooperation, I believe we will be able to provide other contributions to our national and international partners in terms of experience, because only those who don't act, don't do anything, won't make any mistakes. This is a training day. We can learn more from our mistakes, okay, than from our success and achievements. This is what I'd like to tell all the young people who are present today. Today, I'd like to speak about the four pillars of this project about the Park of the Mediterranean lifestyle in Caltanissetta. Over these past 2 years, we've worked hard. Now I'd like to invite two spokespeople of the park network to come here to join me on the stage. Another two of them are currently connected online. I'm going to invite an old friend of mine, Professor Dino Trapani of University of Palermo. Is the spokesperson of the process on landscapes, and I believe we'll enjoy a nice conversation session. Mr. Lobianco is going to join us, and we will be glad to welcome him as soon as he enters the room. Please let me know if Mr. Condorelli is already connected. Is going to speak about the pathways, and Mrs. Cerami was going to talk about a very important experience which has already proved to be successful. She will speak about Mediterranean cuisines, and later on Francesco will ask you about another your contribution on the development of international cuisines. First of all, congratulations on all of your hard work, and I am sure other people will thank you later on. I'd like to well, we're going to talk about a heritage which will probably included in the UNESCO network. We're talking about the promotion of landscapes through UNESCO policies. We're also going to speak about the GS program of FAO regarding rural landscapes. Either way, we'll discuss these topics later. Please, I'll give you the floor. Thank you very much, Natale. You are excellent. It is great to meet this group of friends after a few years. We try to carry on, especially when it comes to things that we love. We love our territory, but also all of the territories involved. These days are very dramatic. Luckily enough, we can enjoy such technologies, but then there are other issues which seem to be like nightmares. We should never forget that each territory is different from the others, and it entails some specific mechanisms which are crucial. Sicily, for instance, is proposing a park which which is about restoring some areas of a land. which may be regenerated. I have a presentation including some personal notes, and then I'd like to dedicate I'd like to have a question time. So let's now see the first image.
Da qua, forse. Vediamo se succede qualcosa. No. Ma non so. No, sono io che non lo so. Vabbè, la possono mandare avanti loro, ecco. Sì. Partiamo dalla prima. Come funziona? Non funziona. Bene, quella che vedete è l'immagine che ho scelto, ce n'è una sola immagine in tutta
I
questa presentazione.
chose one picture. It's the only picture in my presentation. I can see many young people here. The
In tutta Italia.
Sicilian region has a unique regulation regarding the protection of its territories. Back in the 90s, the region identified some landscape sectors, which, as you can see from the map, do not match the Sicilian provinces. We've worked hard since then to revise this plan, and we've waited for a long time for new landscape plans. These territories were later divided into provinces. Therefore, these territories basically coincide with the current provinces. I haven't written myself these guidelines. When Pep and Francesco showed them to me, I found myself involved in the creation of a network of willing people to discuss, to propose policies regarding landscapes, especially those of the inland. There are many landscapes in the inland within each province of Sicily, and the thing is that these fields, these departments were established many years ago. I dealt with some of these departments, and we aim to discuss and complete this area. There are some areas of Sicily which do not belong to any of these departments yet, especially the missing ones are Enna, whereas the other provinces have a part of a plan, and some other areas like Syracuse and Ragusa have a partly approved plan. I've been the coordinator of the Syracuse's plan. Palermo has been waiting for over a year for the approval, and Palermo is one of the most relevant territories. Of course, we understand all of the difficulties regarding approval. However, we would like to take advantage of such occasion, of such event, to discuss these crucial topics. The project aims to overcome some issues which I'm going to show you. First of all, the consistency. It is important to speak about these territories. Yesterday, Petrillo was saying that the Mediterranean diet is a UNESCO heritage. It's been very clear. It is not just a matter of diet, but it's a matter of lifestyle, living together. We live together within a space with or spaces or buildings and facilities. Therefore, we need an urban setting. We also need. There is also the territorial dimension, which makes everything nice and which is spread all over the territory. And this is a principle of internal cohesion, which is present, which is included in the European Convention on Landscapes. The activities that may be held within a landscape help us. I'm here and I'm speaking to some young people, and I'm carrying out a teaching, a training activity, which leads to an increased awareness. If we do not respect these principles, we will never achieve our goals and may. And I will I can't promote something which I don't even know. We should keep, we should bear in mind that um, we are talking about in the inland, and this does not only regard Sicily but the whole world. Areas by the sea attract people, and it works like this everywhere. The Sicilian region, the urban department, the regional urban department represents this landscape, and it is currently working hard. We still cannot see. We can just check the regional department website, which is not complete yet. They are working hard on this project. We aim to encourage the participation of the Sicilian people in these territories. I've involved the Professor Battisti from the University La Sapienza of Rome. She's a national expert in architectural technologies to be used all over Italy. She's currently teaching in Germany. She's very enthusiastic and will carry out this project together. Environment associations are also parts of this network that we proposed, but there are so many other institutions and partners involved. This is a overall this is our network overall. What is the main criticality beyond what you can see from this slide? Well, there is a common issue, a boundary of the superintendencies. There are three different protection level, 1, 2, and 3. The 3 is the highest, and the first level is the minimum one. Okay, with level 1, we can do anything based on the approval of the superintendents, of course. But when it with the third level, we cannot do anything, and um, this is a problem for the territory. Such issues are managed by the region, and sometimes well, one of the first criticality that we should face is reversing this trend. We don't need to study more than that. We already have some basic skills and knowledge. If there is a boundary, we cannot do anything. So there's nothing we can do. But as a member of the Observatory for the Quality of Landscapes, and each region has its own commission. Well, the role of this committee, of this special committee, is that of analyzing all of the landscapes. Maybe the young do not know it. Among the country's boundaries, these are those that cannot be overcome. It is different from the urban plans. Okay, we can draft a new urban plan, but when it comes to landscapes, boundaries are stronger and they impact enterprises and lifestyles. Talking about landscape management is difficult. We must see boundaries as opportunities, or turn them into opportunities. Every time we were facing an issue like this, we tried to identify some uh, solutions to the problems. For instance, we may create organic agriculture. We may focus on organic agriculture, therefore knowledge, integrated vision, and from the political point of view, we should link inland and the areas by the sea. We steering committee, a research, a strategic plan, a list of pilot projects, and we have a system, which is a typical system, which is well known in Sicily, in order to reach this of a research project on revision and the review of the existing plans, case studies at the global level, business models, especially to solve some issues. And then there is a 50% of work which should be carried out within the regional offices in order to make so these landscape plans. Some the following speakers, the university, the School of Architecture of the University of Rome La Sapienza aims to interpret walkways like systemic walkways are included in the landscapes. We must find a solution to desertification, and then there are some other committees. We are basically ready to start. We're only waiting for a new management model. First of all, we should find a protagonist role with FESR project. This idea and this project should be financed. And the other key aspect is that this event should be included in plan. I'm a member of a research group along with Professor Carta and also the universities of Catania and Messina and Enna are involved in this project which aims to establish a territory plan. Therefore, all of the territory included in the park will be involved in this plan. Live Lab idea has a regional value. Jesse March is my master, who's here with us today. Is my master, and Living Lab is a very good idea. An interesting idea. I believe that the subject is the operating model, which is an open project, an open idea, which I would share with the council, especially involving the mayors and we should take into account the new regulations of 2019 and 2020. This is at the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful fake words you used for me. Well, sometimes it's okay to tell lies. However, you didn't tell any lie when you spoke about the work you carried out. And especially also in respect to the things you're handing down. The Sapienza University, whereby you combined the landscape to walks. The artery road system is crossing the landscape. And this is related also to the Mediterranean diet, as well as the landscape whereby the cultures in the same place change the place according to the culture you're choosing. So we could also relate the socio-economic space of enterprises operating in a specific area, so that a small socio-economic ecosystem can be created, be the GS programs, acknowledgement, which is inhabited by human beings who dedicate themselves to traditional crops. So this is the process that leads a leitmotif for next presentation by engineer Condorelli. He is the for the Cooperation Committee on Walks. Welcome, warm welcome to engineer Mr. Condorelli. Mr. Condorelli, you have the floor. Good morning, everybody. I'm not going to use the PowerPoint presentation. I'd rather speak. I'm going to speak about the network of walks and excursions. What is more interesting and matching the aims of the park is the activity of walks, trails. We've got about 7 trails. Why are trails more in line and compliant with the project of the park? Because they generate some income for reception facilities, for restaurants, for those who print brochures and flyers or advertise and promote these trails on the internet. There is some difference as excursion trails are concerned. And I'd like to maybe share as I don't know if you can see.
Si vede qualcosa se si vede la Sicilia, alcuni percorsi in colore? Direi di no. Ma io ci rinuncerei, posso tranquillamente farlo, Dicevo questo spiegato perché i cammini che si sono sviluppati in questi ultimi 10 anni sono aderenti all'idea del parco e quindi vanno sostenuti. Differente è l'attività del Club Alpino Italiano che nasce in montagna, si mantiene in montagna. Quindi se io avessi potuto mostrare la cartina, quella che avevo preparato, si vede che per esempio il Sentiero Italia, un'attività notissima del CAI, si sviluppa prevalentemente sulle montagne siciliane e quindi talvolta deve rinunciare alla possibilità di dormire comodamente in un rifugio, perché per esempio nella dorsale dei Nebrodi i rifugi non ce n'è, e in questo caso chi cammina deve avere uno zaino pesante che contiene il necessario per dormire quando non c'è una struttura ricettiva. Quindi l'attività del CAI in Sicilia, che tra l'altro appunto deve rispettare quelle che sono le norme nazionali, è un'attività che è molto gradita ai forti giovani tedeschi, francesi, austriaci che arrivano con questi zaini, con questa attrezzati, ecco, per fare un'attività gradevolissima, che però, a pensarci bene, porta meno reddito dei cammini. Siccome comunque ecco vi dico un elemento che conferma che ci sia questa sostanziale differenza. Guardate che tanti percorsi del CAI, percorsi escursionistici del CAI, non supererebbero l'esame che ci vuole perché i cammini siano inseriti nell'Atlante regionale, quindi nazionale dei cammini. E viceversa, tanti cammini non supererebbero l'esame per poter essere inseriti nel catasto nazionale dei percorsi escursionistici, una volta chiamati sentieri, che è stato promesso al Ministero della Cultura da consegnare entro quest'anno. Il caso emblematico è quello dei tratti asfaltati. Il CAI non accetta che ci siano lungo i percorsi escursionistici più del 10, massimo 15% di tratti asfaltati resi necessari per dei raccordi, eccetera. Mentre viceversa, invece, per essere denominato, entrare nel trande dei cammini, si accetta ben di più, si accetta il 40, se non il 50%. Per contro, un cammino può essere inserito nell'Atlante se a una breve distanza dal percorso ci sono per ogni sera delle strutture ricettive che danno un po' di comodità a chi li percorre. Questa comodità nei percorsi del CAI non c'è. Quindi manteniamo differenti questi due concetti, i cammini e i percorsi escursionistici. Però cerchiamo di farli convivere, per esempio mettendoli nella stessa cartografia di Sicilia, tutti portati nella medesima cartografia, in maniera che il turista possa scegliere. Ci sono poi sicuramente dei sistemi per aiutarsi a vicenda nella indicazione del tracciato da percorrere, perché il CAI ha messo a punto negli ultimi 30 anni una metodica ben precisa per aiutare l'escursionista, per segnargli il percorso, l'escursionista che magari non è ancora dotato degli strumenti moderni come il GPS. Ecco, in questa segnaletica bisogna mettere a punto una maniera di convivere, una maniera anzi quasi di pubblicizzarsi l'un l'altro. Voglio dire che se durante il Sentiero Italia si incrocia una via francigena, mi sembra elegante, mi sembra opportuno che ci sia una segnaletica che dica: se tiri dritto continui sul Sentiero Italia, se vai a destra imbocchi questo percorso, che so, il cammino di Santa Rosalia, questo io. Quindi facciamo convivere queste due attività, promuoviamole facendo capire la differenza e quindi invitando le persone a secondo le proprie capacità. Quindi il giovanottone tedesco lo invitiamo ai percorsi escursionistici prevalentemente in montagna, la famigliola, ed è successo ed è frequente, la famiglia invitiamolo a fare questi cammini che sono più dolci, più alla portata di tutti. E attività. L'attività, per quanto, dunque, prevalentemente mi pare di capire, ma c'è poco, diciamo, sono abbastanza, che il parco si è indirizzato ai comuni del cuore della Sicilia, quindi alle province di Caltanissetta, di Agrigento, a una parte della provincia di Palermo. Sono aree dove, appunto per la mancanza di montagne importanti come i Nebrodi, le Madonie, i Peloritani, l'Etna, il CAI non è diffuso. Quindi quello che possiamo fare, e io in effetti in piccola parte ho cominciato, è quello di vedere se nei comuni che hanno aderito al parco ci sono delle entità che conoscono qualche percorso escursionistico per fare qualche bella passeggiata e non hanno modo di promuoverlo. Si dovrebbe cominciare dagli uffici tecnici comunali, anche perché hanno a disposizione le carte catastali. Si potrebbe interpellare se ci sono delle sezioni di Boy Scout, se ci sono insomma dei gruppi che amano l'escursionismo, che conoscono dei percorsi e che anche interfacciarsi. A questo punto, ecco, diciamo, trovando comune per comune queste entità, noi del CAI potremmo con facilità aiutarli, dargli la cartografia adeguata, dargli gli strumenti digitali adeguati, in maniera appunto da creare questa rete che, ripeto, è diversa dai cammini. I cammini sono già gestiti, i cammini hanno un responsabile, hanno una squadra. Io mi riferisco a dei percorsi escursionistici, a delle passeggiate che sto inventando dal centro di Mussomeli vadano verso la Bella Masseria, vadano verso i resti del mulino ad acqua, vadano verso il fontanile, passeggiate di qualche chilometro, di qualche ora, che possano essere proposti ai turisti, ai visitatori. Parlavo delle carte catastali, e direi che l'ultimo concetto da ricordare, sono preziose perché quelli che erano nei secoli passati le trazzere e le carrarecce, quasi sempre quelle più importanti erano vie pubbliche, erano quindi vie di tutti, non erano dei percorsi privati di chi aveva il fondo. E le carte catastali fanno capire quando un percorso è pubblico. Addirittura talvolta nelle carte catastali compare anche il nome di quel percorso. Che so, sull'Etna c'è la Trainara, che è una via pubblica con cui venivano trascinati dalla pineta fino a valle i poderosi tronchi d'albero trainati dai buoi. Quindi abbiamo, fino all'aspetto di pochi anni fa, avevamo dimenticato questo concetto della via Trainara e adesso si è messa a fuoco, si è capita, si è pulita e si è resa percorribile. Quindi il rapporto con gli uffici tecnici comunali e con coloro che gestiscono il catasto è prezioso. E questa è un'attività che noi possiamo fare con un colloquio, scambiandoci fotocopie, immagini, proposte, cartine, eccetera, eccetera.
Grazie,
possiamo
ingegnere.
andare avanti. Bene, ho terminato, grazie.
Grazie, è stato prezioso anche il suo intervento.
Mi fa piacere.
Perché è una marcia di avvicinamento dal territorio che veniva evocato dal professore Trapani attraverso un cammino lento alla comunità che affronteremo con i prossimi due interventi. E ringrazio e presento intanto il dottor Lopiano dell'IRSAT che ci ha raggiunto sul palco e che ci parlerà dell'ulteriore nodo sviluppato all'interno del processo dell'InLab del parco dello stile di vita mediterraneo di Caltanissetta e che è stato tradotto diciamo, in un anticiclico rispetto ai tempi odierni, modello di intervento di come utilizzare il nostro tempo, e ricordiamo che il gioco è probabilmente la maniera più efficace di imparare, ce lo insegna la visione della vita quotidiana degli animali, per cui darei con molto piacere la parola al dottor Lobianco, che ci dirà il punto di approdo del lavoro che stanno facendo in progress, che si sta facendo in progress, e quindi anche i prossimi approdi del sistema delle ludoteche. Grazie.
Grazie innanzitutto a voi presenti, grazie ai ragazzi. Io sono presidente dell'Istat, che è un istituto di ricerca, si chiama Istituto di Ricerca, Sviluppo e Sperimentazione sull'Ambiente e il Territorio, che ha sede nella provincia di Catania, a Biancavilla. E tra le attività che il parco ha voluto fare, noi proprio come istituto ci siamo voluti occupare di una questione che è probabilmente le più banali, che è quella della ludoteca. Innanzitutto consentitemi di fare una premessa che probabilmente non c'entra nulla con quello che stiamo dicendo. Io sto attraversando un periodo in cui sono arrabbiato col mondo, perché vedete, vedere dei ragazzi come voi nelle immagini televisive, che anziché essere sgridati dai loro genitori perché fanno tardi la sera o perché si mettono a giocare con TikTok al telefonino, sono lì a preparare le bombe perché c'è un nemico e avviene in Ucraina. E poi vedere anche dei ragazzi che sono stati mandati in guerra e vedere che sono stati contaminati, e uno è morto per contaminazione, e sono dei ragazzi russi, tutti 20 anni, sia gli uni che gli altri. Per me questo è assolutamente inaccettabile, io non trovo altri termini. Non è accettabile che il mondo possa agire in questo modo. Così come non è accettabile che siamo ad 1 millimetro dal disastro planetario e ancora dobbiamo discutere rispetto a quali sono le attività di contrasto ai cambiamenti climatici, di contrasto alla massimazione del cibo, di contrasto ai sistemi ultraplanetari di organizzazione della vita. Allora cominciamo a parlare di ludoteche, perché vogliamo parlare di educazione, perché vogliamo parlare di scuole, vogliamo parlare di come si cambia. Prima o dopo anche voi sarete classe dirigente. E quando lo farete, se avete avuto un'infanzia serena, dove avete giocato col cibo, dove avete giocato con il vostro territorio, dove avete conosciuto il vostro grano, dove avete conosciuto i vostri animali, conoscete i fiori, avete fatto motivo di reddito, ci campate con le cose che avete conosciuto da ragazzi, li avete trasformati, li avete messi in condizione di essere pane per i vostri denti. Non ci sarà mai nessuno che vi dirà: vabbè, il vostro grano non ve lo paghiamo più, il vostro grano non si coltiva più, adesso dobbiamo prendere il grano della Russia, poi la Russia fa la guerra, ce la fa mancare, e allora che grano facciamo? Allora cominciamo ad avere la cultura del territorio che passa attraverso il gioco, che passa attraverso l'educazione, che passa attraverso la scuola. E lì abbiamo un problema molto importante da risolvere, anche tra di noi. Perché, vedete, la scorsa manifestazione che abbiamo fatto si intitolava Tra innovazione e tradizione. E questo è un tema importante tra la tradizione e l'innovazione. Cosa ci mettiamo? Noi abbiamo l'obbligo di non litigare. Noi che vogliamo essere soggetti che vogliono innovare, dobbiamo sapere rispettare la tradizione. Dobbiamo sapere innovare nella tradizione. Dobbiamo avere rispetto per la nostra memoria, ma continua, la vita continua, dobbiamo innovarla. Allora probabilmente dobbiamo sapere mettere dentro i cammini un po' di agroenergia, dentro il nuovo piano paesaggistico mettere qualche altra cosa che ci mette nelle condizioni di creare reddito, di smetterla di avere a che fare con le fonti fossili, di avere per forza bisogno del petrolio perché prima o dopo svuotiamo la terra, di avere per forza bisogno del gas perché facciamo lo stesso effetto. Dobbiamo riuscire a mettere insieme tutte queste cose. Ecco, il parco è un modello sperimentale che vuole mettere insieme tutte queste cose e vuole cominciare da subito a farlo. Ecco perché noi pensiamo che le ludoteche mediterranee sono un momento di gioco, sono un momento di divertimento, di crescita. Cosa facciamo? Raccogliamo questa capacità di avere l'eredità immateriale dei nostri genitori, dei nostri nonni, la sappiamo innovare, Con quali strumenti? Cosa andiamo a coltivare? Come giochiamo dentro? Come cresciamo? Io nella premessa che ho fatto vi ho già detto che era importante giocare con le cose che il nostro territorio ci offre, perché io da ragazzino giocavo alla guerra, però si faceva questo segnale e c'erano i limiti di rispetto oltre il quale non si andava, ma non si andava neppure nel distruggere le cose. Conoscevamo qual era quel fiore, conoscevamo qual era quell'albero, quel limone, quel cedro, la differenza fra un cedro ed un limone, da ragazzino. Ma da grande non giocavo più così. Da grande, per me, le mele, così come per molti di voi, crescono soltanto nei frigoriferi dei supermercati. Ecco, metterci in una condizione di avere questa coerenza, sapere che la dieta mediterranea di cui noi stiamo parlando è una cosa che porta i prodotti locali di ogni territorio ad avere una piramide, a dire questo fa male all'umanità, questo fa male alla persona, questo ti cresce insieme, come crescono le nuove malattie. Ecco, riuscire ad avere questo e comprendere un luogo di gioco, di svago, fatto con una anche architettura sostenibile, con possibilità di avere tutta una serie di principi di sostenibilità, allora comincia a diventare una cosa importante e questo ce lo riconosce l'UNESCO. Eccoci qua, ce lo riconosce l'UNESCO. L'UNESCO dice, è così. Vedete? È un patrimonio culturale, ma non è che non va disperso, va riproposto. E come lo riproponiamo? Con quale di attività? Crescere in un ambiente dove il rapporto con la natura è motivo di gioco e di divertimento e nel frattempo conoscere i prodotti, se non li conosciamo, ma che insegnanti abbiamo avuto, che tipo di gioco andiamo a fare, con quali tipi di strumenti. E quella è la visione che noi abbiamo, è quella della sostenibilità globale, la visione di una sostenibilità che vive i nostri territori, ma conta se è di prossimità e se c'è dentro il motore dell'uomo, altrimenti non c'è. E lì abbiamo, passiamo alla prossima, ci sono i partner. Vedete, io mi sono sforzato di cercare di semplificare tutto questo. Chi sono i partner? Certo, noi IRSAT vogliamo essere un partner di questo processo di cambiamento, ma non serve a niente se non c'è dentro un'associazione che riesce ad avere la capacità culturale di comprendere quello che stiamo facendo. Ci vogliono delle associazioni anche di volontariato, ma che non sono così mali insegnanti. Devono essere persone che credono con coscienza all'attività che stanno facendo e credono e sanno come si cresce. Ci vogliono le scuole, perché vabbè, noi di pomeriggio giochiamo insieme a voi, ma se poi la scuola non ci mette nelle condizioni di avere un'interazione importante a tutte le età. Guardate, la ludoteca qualcuno pensa che sia fatta soltanto per i piccoli. Non è vero, è fatta per tutti noi. Chi di noi ancora non vorrebbe giocare? Chi di noi non vuole mettersi tra i ragazzi e giocare dai loro giochi e magari spiegarlo? Tutte le scuole, ordine e grado, abbiamo bisogno dell'università e degli enti di ricerca. Per questo ragionamento va sempre rivisto, è una spirale, come tutte le spirali. Oggi mettiamo in moto una cosa, ma se non la verifichiamo, non vediamo come va, non sappiamo correggerla. Per saperla correggerla dobbiamo riguardarla, ci ridiamo appuntamento, vediamo cosa è successo, vediamo di fare. Si chiama monitoraggio questa. Ma questo monitoraggio dobbiamo sapere fare il giro. Al prossimo giro dobbiamo rivederla e non va a stringere questa spirale. È sempre lì che guarda le innovazioni che ci sono ed inserisce nuovi elementi. Poi quali sono le criticità? Passiamo al prossimo foglio. Io ve lo devo dire con molta franchezza, lo devo dire a chi in questo momento si sta occupando di tutte le questioni che riguardano. Un minuto, ho finito. Lo devo dire con franchezza, le difficoltà sono soprattutto quella di avere una pubblica amministrazione capace di essere sostenibile, vive nella sostenibilità, capace di dare risposte, di muoversi, perché noi hanno difficoltà a credere che la pubblica amministrazione oggi sia amica del cittadino, dobbiamo sollecitarla e abbiamo fatto grandi passi avanti. Abbiamo ragionato con altri ragazzi, con altre ragazze, con gente che opera nel settore, con altri enti. Allora da qui dobbiamo uscire con un impegno. Ecco da qui perché ho solo un minuto. L'impegno è questo. Vediamo di riuscire a mettere un momento di scouting tra la pubblica amministrazione e con i comuni. Vediamo tra i comuni chi è interessato ad aprire che siano immerse nel verde, che hanno capacità di vivere nel verde, nel gioco. Ci sono momenti dove possiamo aderire, vediamo di farlo subito, sapendo che abbiamo 103 partner nel nostro parco e aumenteranno, 103 aumenteranno i comuni. Bastano delle azioni simboliche che si fanno in un comune, con una scuola, con 10 ragazzi come voi che gridano viva la vita e morte alla guerra.
Dottor Lobianco, comprendiamo la sua indignazione e la condividiamo. Qualcuno che aveva le idee chiare disse un giorno che la guerra è quel fatto tragico in cui giovani che non si conoscono si sparano e si uccidono in nome e per conto di vecchi che si conoscono e rimangono in vita. È l'indignazione che ci prende tutti. E tornando invece al nostro lavoro, che ancora una volta intendo ribadire essere un laboratorio vivente, Living Lab, un processo vivo e ardente, cui in questo momento non si può chiedere la formula che mondi possa aprire. Oggi possiamo dire solo ciò che siamo, ciò che non vogliamo, perché ciò che ci indigna non lo vogliamo, ma vogliamo un mondo di convivialità, di coesione sociale, di socializzazione, di buon lavoro, di buon reddito, di buon vivere e le cucine mediterranee ci permettono di contribuire. Proviamo a immaginare un bel processo di coltura, di raccolta, magari rituale, di trasformazione conviviale, il ruolo della donna nel trasferimento delle buone pratiche di cucina, il ruolo dell'apprendimento che noi giovani creativi abbiamo nell'apportare nuova innovazione nelle ricette tradizionali o nuova maniera di fruire il cibo che ancora quando io avevo la vostra età si definiva sacro. Allora, dottoressa Cerami, sei in linea?
Sì, ci sono, mi sentite bene?
Benvenuta cara, complimenti ancora per l'egregio lavoro che hai fatto ieri e per il contributo che dai a questo laboratorio vivente. Ti ascoltiamo.
Grazie, grazie a voi per avere dato anche un contesto nel quale poter continuare questo lavoro. E gli interventi di prima mi hanno anche sollecitato alcune riflessioni. La prima è chi sono e da dove vengo. Poco fa Dino Trapani diceva siamo questi che ci conosciamo da tempo e che ci ritroviamo insieme a tanti altri, ma è perché abbiamo avuto delle visioni, perché abbiamo seguito la nostra anche missione. Siamo questi perché mi sento un'ambasciatrice di questo mondo di cui voi parlavate. Oggi mi scuso per qualche problema di linea, ma sono sulle Madonie, dove sono nata e cresciuta per i primi 18 anni della mia vita. Sono stata la nipote di nonni centenari e sono la madre di figli adolescenti. Quindi ambasciatrice perché questo dialogo tra queste due culture l'ho vissuto pienamente, l'ho reinterpretato all'interno dell'Istituto della Dieta Mediterranea, di cui sono direttore e che abbiamo fondato nel lontano 2010. Abbiamo affrontato molte delle tematiche, poi ho avuto l'opportunità di rileggere, di rinvigorire all'interno del primo parco mondiale dello stile di Mediterraneo. Pregherei la regia di mandare avanti le slide. Cucinare è alla base dello stile di vita mediterraneo. Qui ho voluto riprendere la dimensione che noi abbiamo sempre, di cui abbiamo impregnato i nostri ragionamenti, che è proprio la cultura della sostenibilità, proprio legato a questa cultura mediterranea di cui le donne sono state da sempre l'emblema, sia nella speribilità che nel percorso di conoscenza e di dimensione valoriale. Le donne delle nostre famiglie, i nostri nonni piantavano alberi d'ulivo per i nipoti, le nostre nonne trasformavano le olive in salamoria con l'alloro, col finocchietto, con l'aglio, con tutti i rituali per renderle disponibili durante tutto l'anno. Avanti. Quali sono i principi fondamentali? La coerenza rispetto al fatto che il cuore pulsante di tutte le attività del parco e dialoga con tutte le reti. È un luogo di educazione, di condivisione, di scambio. Noi abbiamo ieri realizzato questo laboratorio sensoriale con le scuole, dove abbiamo proprio scoperto insieme a questi 180 bambini quasi 200, perché alcuni poi andavano via, era difficile contarli, quello che loro sanno della dieta mediterranea, ma abbiamo bisogno noi di scoprirlo, è attraverso delle schede che
know everything about the Mediterranean diet, so we handed out some sheets on the Mediterranean diet in order to teach them something else. It is a bottom-up approach. We must start from what they know in order to turn this into actions, because we have a vision of a community founded on biodiversity, uniqueness of our products. For this reason, yesterday we did this in cooperation with Slow Food in order to convey a strong sense of dialogue without missing aspects like a healthcare environment and everything that a Mediterranean diet can give us based on authoritative research. Who are our partners? The Institute of the Mediterranean Diet, which collected a prestigious experience from other networks, the municipality of Caltanissetta, which is the proposing subject with which we worked closely under the other municipalities of the park, as each of them represents a mix of habits, traditions, and cultures, agritourisms, and restaurant owners. The social dimensions, because we must involve students, pupils, families. We need a multifunctional and a multidimensional and a multi-stakeholder system. We should also involve tourism operators who can speak about the sense. Yesterday we organized a sensory lab to check whether they were able to to feel certain smells, including cinnamon, almonds, walnuts, pistachios, which we learned as kids in order to check whether they knew all of these products, whether their families taught them about these products. This is what we really must understand. Let's now talk about some criticalities that we've encountered. Time, seasonality of products, time to devote to cooking together, to make them discover all of these products to our grandchildren, what to discover a product pathway, the value of tomatoes, the nutritional values of dried food, of fish. Many those didn't take legumes and fish among those among foods means that they are not able to recognize the value of certain food. Um, we should therefore revise and restore some old tales and traditions and food in an original way, so that visitors and those who didn't have the chance to find out and learn all of these values. These are our goals. Cooking and eating food together as communities, family communities. My 17-year-old daughter says, in our culture, we eat all together, whereas in other cultures, individuals, a person eats all alone, maybe in front of a laptop. We should get the young people to learn these habits once again by tasting and enjoying family recipes with wild fennel, which yesterday showed to our kids who smelt it, who tried it, in order to restore all of those rituals related to the Mediterranean cuisine, all of those sacred recipes related to religious beliefs in a time which were eaten in a time where we didn't even have fridges, and we were not aware of what was harmful for our health.
La
Del
ritualità, la...
paese non è completa. Sei sparita.
Scusate, purtroppo sono collegata col telefono. Se possiamo
I'm
Comprendiamo.
sorry, I'm using my mobile phone. You have 1 minute left, but we managed to enjoy all of your presentation so far. We can move on with following slides. So promoting, educating, sharing, generating economic and social values for territories which will allow us to experience new things, social regeneration, this we've already mentioned. Let's move on. Actions with networks, with slow walks, with gaming rooms, with based on recent innovation with the Mediterranean countries. It is easy to learn these ideas from these slides. Mr. Nicoletti is going to talk about advances in a more detailed way. We've included some activities related to the Mediterranean cuisine. We have already launched a small activities in collaboration with the Rotary Club of Caltanissetta, along with my friend, our friend Marcella, and slow food, along with the recipe collection of the Institute of the Mediterranean Diet and the collaboration with schools. So let's move on. The next steps will be the human architecture, which will give birth this new cuisine. We need to restore values, emotions, feelings that we represent with the right people, because we want the right and genuine emotions and feelings to get straight to the heart of the people. I think this is all. Thank you very much. Enjoy the proceedings. Thank you, Francesca.
Reinterpretazione.
Thank you for your contribution to reinterpretation following our local culture of a lifestyle which is multiple culture. Thank you for your contribution to Caltanissetta. I wish you all the best, and I hope you're going to enjoy the Madonia stay. Now, important details and information for the community. Thank you, Francesca, once more. Now, some details related to the network of Mediterranean cuisines, and the floor goes also to the youth of the park. We have delivered two important interventions. The first one is that the administration has found the resources for designing and implementing the Mediterranean cuisine, which will be set up behind the cathedral in Bertominelli, where social services facilities were located. There be an area dedicated to the Mediterranean cuisine. It will be a reference point for the park. We are developing the prototype, and it will be a place to learn where youth, all the young people will have the opportunity to cook, make dishes. There be the contribution and the cooperation with the local farmers. And this is a strong action which will be useful for tourists, experts, students, and the offices are already working on this. For scheduling all the commitments. Next to Xirbi station, which will be a high-speed station for people and transport of goods. We got a site which is in estate confiscated to mafia. This is going to be the heart of the park. From Sicily, it will become the reference center for producers. For all experts from Catania, it will only take 40 minutes to get there through the rail system, but there'll be also an opportunity to use the new motorway. That place will be the place to tell the Mediterranean lifestyle, Mediterranean cuisine and food, the events organized. There be all the products which we've referred to as our basket of Mediterranean products. Thank you. Now, a couple of minutes to underline how all the work which has been carried out over the past years is yielding fruit, is bearing fruits. These are signs that if you work, you get a reward. This working session has been very important because we've focused on the advances as well as perspectives of the most dynamic networks belonging to the park process. Let's see now how the experiences can be useful for trans-regional cooperation. It is a great pleasure for me, an honor, to give the floor to Jesse Marsh. And please, let's warmly welcome Jesse. I call him a genius in regulation. If you work with him, you are sure that things come out in a flawless way. He has a skilled vision. So Jesse is going to introduce the work related to the experiences of the past 2 years. The work carried out is a fantastic work. Thank you. Thank you, Natale. I'd like to show you the opportunities to carry on with this work. 3 representatives of Interreg MD Net following us from it's our institute in Slovenia. They have been important in setting up this project. Stefania Milano from Skarbek, the facilities for technical assistance in the Campania region. Carmela Cotrone, the coordinator of this project for the Campania region. Now she is cooperating with the Chamber of Commerce of Seville. After, we will have a panel with them to comment on what they've been listening to. I would also like to say something to the younger attendees, and I hope I'm not going to bore you with these countless parts concerning funding. Messages will be understood by you. The first one is that the European Union has changed the vision of Europe towards a Europe that can really provide a response to climate change. And you see these in the set of programs and objectives set. And the EU has allocated quite a good amount of money. The result is that where you live is within the logic of the Parker project. You become the center of Europe. You are the center of what the European Union vision is now. So, we need to learn from initiatives as this one. In Europe, opportunities are huge, and we've not been so good at grasping these opportunities so far. We need you. We need you to go around Europe and learn what Europe is, what different cultures are, what it means to cooperate in the European logic, what it means to be practical, feasible, efficient in the European approach, and use a vision and strategy in a sustainable way. Let's see how this develops in the available programs. This is a map of people like us. It's an MDNet project. 57 stories told concerning initiatives as the ones we've just heard in 8 different countries, 13 partners, 9 countries. Thank you. They're all working like you to develop the Mediterranean lifestyle, which in the communities is delivered in a different way, but with a common approach of a sustainable lifestyle. Maybe you're finding out just now, maybe it's just them who are going to find out about you. So the question is, how can we cooperate in the future if all these things are coming up just now? This is the European Revolution I was speaking about. In the lighter blue, you see the 7-year fund, which the European Union uses every 7 years. We're speaking about 1 billion euros. That fund is usually fed with EU member states' taxes. The EU distributes it. The darker blue is the next generation EU fund. That has been a revolution because it's based on bonds of the European Union, supported by central banks in the member states. The very first time something like this is happening, we are speaking about 1.5 more. This has been justified by the need to recover from the impact we are experiencing following COVID. They're using this to dramatically change politics. Next Generation EU revolves around objectives to justify the use of this fund. There are some specific policies which are included in European policies. There's less of some sustainable policies. They've chosen more sustainable policies, and 30% of that fund, those funds in dark blue, must show to have a positive impact on climate change. That's a radical change, huge radical change. How is this going to be implemented? Then we got the European Green Deal, which is not the same thing. The Green Deal takes a little bit of light blue and dark blue funds. It has got its own programs. It has an impact on all the existing programs with its own objectives. I mean, the Green Deal objectives. It's not a tool, it's a strategy. It's an overarching strategy which tries to have an impact on all things happening, even on things which had been started before the launch of this. This is the way it is introduced. It's not divided by councils. It's divided by objectives. I'm sorry you cannot read all these objectives. Most of them are consistent with the vision of the park. This is healthy food as well as affordable food. This is not a specific program. This is a strategy which must have an impact on all programs, which is referring to the farm to fork policy. So neutral environmental impact, biodiversity, food security, and right economic return for those producing. And then, the sector, and this is an outstanding transformation. There are the multi-sectorial strategies where we know that this is not just a single department, it's the cooperation of EU departments processing strategy, funding some programs. The circular economy before the Green Deal was more or less the model they followed. EU for Health is related to health and COVID, even though it's not within their responsibility together with tourism, but they may be doing things related to health and tourism. Then cultural heritage, including intangible cultural heritage, and then action plan where rural development is seen as something going beyond what is currently included in farming. So the rural area is something, an area is in its own right. That money is spent through funds. Each fund has a regulation and its own specific logic. This is an overview of the main 5 funds, and the circles show the balancing of new money in dark blue, and you see from the size of circles the percentage out of the EU budget is. Then each country has its own fund, and then the Commission has got it. And we're speaking about the recovery and resilience plan now. We suffered from COVID impacts, and inequality at large must be recovered as well. But also, with respect to recovery and resilience plan, they give member states to work on the plans, but 37% towards green economy, 21% towards the digital, and these are the 6 missions of the recovery and resilience plan. Then assets and estates confiscated to mafia, included in mission 5. Second fund, the regional development European, you know, the Sicilian regional development fund. Each region has its own regional development European fund. And with the new system called intelligent specialization, each region must identify priority sectors for development. They must also consult the entrepreneurial ecosystem at regional level to identify these priorities and therefore focus on things which have more opportunities for development. If here I need to highlight that the Regional Development Fund is very important, powerful. It's the most accessible fund because you don't need to necessarily work and cooperate with people speaking another language. But if I want to also use the Regional Development Fund with other regions, the first thing that needs to be detected are the priorities chosen by a specific region. If the other region has similar priorities to the ones I've chosen, we can figure out a cooperation. This is some priorities, for instance, which are consistent with park objectives and regions with this priority in the strategy of the Regional Development Fund. It's not always homogeneous or the same region, but we can cooperate. We rarely do that because the management bodies in some regions are not so good at cooperating with other regions. They're learning to do this with intelligent specialization system. We need to promote things on the one hand, and on the other hand we can do some things simultaneously. If we have a call and we know that people in Portugal or Greece that can do the same thing, we can use the same strategy, the strategy of the park, to guide our choices. However, there are tools made available by the Commission. This does not have funds try to cooperate with regions, create working groups to carry forward shared interests and boost this type of cooperation. Some partnerships have already been created, and if you look at the map of these partnerships, Sicily is not there. It's up to us to add Sicily on that map. Then Interregs. Interreg is the one which funded this project. It's just 2%. Interreg allows us to create beautiful things, not to build dikes, ports or airports, but to find cooperating methods which are important for us. Interreg has about 70 different programs. The cross-border are on the programs are on the left map. We got Italy, Tunisia, Italy, Malta, maybe a couple of others. And then on the right hand side, the transnational programs, which are different blocks of Europe. And Italy is included in more than half of the transnational programs. The Danube Alps, the Mediterranean has the Iberia program. At the bottom on the right is the MED program we know very well. These are the regions which are eligible for the MED program. This is within reach for all of you. So first of all, we've got the MDNet partnership ready to launch new cooperation projects. If you want to start a project with people in this region doing similar things to us, the big calls starting in a couple of months. So soon there'll be 4 missions: natural heritage, green inhabited areas is us too, sustainable tourism is us. You've got plenty of choice. Priorities, the organizational goals, smart Mediterranean, green Mediterranean. It's always the same thing. I'm not choosing bits and pieces of the European strategies. I'm looking at the overall EU strategy. I want to show the large funding programs. The beloved and hated common agricultural policy. In the 80s, it accounted for 60% of the EU budget. It was created as a system to allocate subsidies to agriculture. Now, over the past 20 years, they've been trying to turn this strategy into an active strategy with a vision of farming, which is including rural areas with a holistic view of those in the farming area. At the moment, there's an explosion of a CAP, so much so that we are at the beginning of a new planning period, the 21-27. They've included a transition period of 2 years to help countries get used to the new regulation. CAP before would give you some money if you had an olive tree. Now it's countries and regions that draw up their own CAP system. They're using new criteria now in line with their sustainable farming, contribution to improve climate change, biodiversity, so on and so forth. This is a revolution which is not full-fledged yet, especially because of COVID. That was created before COVID, then the pandemic, and now the Ukrainian war, and now they want to start producing wheat and growing wheat again. There's a lot of turbulence in this framework. As a matter of fact, a study has just been published to see if they can have a retrofit of a CAP for the Green Deal objectives. What is closer to us is the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. You are at the center of the debate, at least for Sicily. We know that each region has its own priority. However, they have set up new conditions for the Rural Development Fund. The LEADER program accounts for 5% only of this fund. Then the European Network for Rural Development. Not many direct tools are available to cooperate with regions with other similar funds. Then this is without portfolio, but it's the home of countries which want to cooperate to use the rural fund. So Sicily is not in the map, and it's up to you to add it, because the regions that aim at cooperating then Horizon Europe, the circle is slightly small. This funds research and innovation in Europe. You may say, what has this got to do with the park? Sustainable agriculture is using sensors, drones. You need precision agriculture. Augmented reality is what we're working on to capture artisanal techniques and see how, for instance, you work on specific fabrics. Then we want the park to be revolving around sustainability. There's a new axis on culture, point 2, where cultural heritage is what is funding augmented reality proposals. These are calls which are closely related to the vision of the park. So much so that after the Milan Expo, they carried out a survey This is on the 2020 horizon, pre-COVID times. It was a survey through all the horizon and see the activities and projects related to food. This is the precursor of new focus of the Commission towards our applications. Then the European Institute of Technology is a sort of network. It's a university with the European networks. They work on innovation. They have master courses, PhD courses through different European countries, and Sicily is not on this map either, but you can apply for that. This is another system. It is an independent and autonomous system. They aim at educating and training with innovative university curricula, where Finland, France are included. And university degree is recognized. There are exchanges of professors among universities, and it's a significant one. And Sicily is not on the map. With this, they try to coordinate PSR and Horizon activities, real development rural plans and research actions in Horizon, not a regional level. They're trying to find coordinating and interest topics. And I think that there are interesting topics. Spain, Portugal are there. Sicily is not there. Then the neighborhood instrument. It's actually the foreign policy. Within foreign policy, there are some interesting programs. And the only program the EU has, including all the Mediterranean area, not just the northern area of the Mediterranean Sea, because we've got EU member states. With them it's easy to work with, and then working with third countries on the southern shore of the Mediterranean Sea can be complicated, and you can do that. Sicily is on the map here. There are so many Sicilian projects in any MedCBC. There are people who are chosen for these topics. The topic of the park is not included. We should do our best to include the park in this, because this is mirroring the whole Mediterranean area. The Union for the Mediterranean is a sort of a hybrid approach. This includes the south and the east of the Mediterranean area. This follows the Barcelona process some time ago, actually. It's got its own program. Sustainable food system is on the radar. So And then FAO has its own programs. FAO has the 4 betas. I don't understand why you are not checking for opportunities funded by FAO. Better life, nutrition, better production, better environment. This is, in a gist, the park. And if we want to achieve the targets of this park, Petrini said it at the beginning, you need to develop the local network within an international network. Both things cannot develop harmoniously without both dimensions together. You need a local practical involvement, otherwise nobody is going to have you internationally. And if it's just international, on the other hand, it's just going to be self-referential, and our value is not going to be heading anywhere. You need a culture for cooperation. And I'm looking at the young here, young attendees, intercultural dialogue, cooperation, which belongs more to the youth than people of my generation. You are the Erasmus generation. You have Europe in your head and in your heart, and you need cultural proneness to launch in these initiatives. The municipality of Caltanissetta is doing all this in an unusual way. And once you overcome reporting issues, there are huge opportunities. In that PowerPoint, you've got many, many maps. Sicily is missing in some maps. It's not missing where funds are available. A proactive community is not on that map. You need to get to be on the lookout. The MD net is the first step forward to implement an internationalization strategy for this park. Thank you.
Dear Jess, thank you, and thank you again for this overview regarding all of the opportunities included in the following program. So this was about the first time saying thank you. Second thank is because we have an extraordinary tool called the Next Generation EU, which is a program include regarding 2021 to 2027 period. Let's say that overall you have about 14, 15 years. However, this plan will allow you to benefit from these opportunities as soon as you will grow up and start working. We wish that each of you may play key roles in the framework of all of the goals that will be achieved. And then thank you once more for hosting 3 of the most effective partners from the emblematic point of view. talking about Mrs. Milano representing SCAB as who actively participated prior to the project and after it. Mela Cotrone, who represents the Chamber of Commerce of Sevilla, and who was previously the coordinator of the project and who allowed us to collaborate for in the past 3 years. I'd like to convey my greetings once again to all of my friends and enjoy the proceedings. Can we see those with us on Zoom?
Great.
The translator should be somewhere in between us. So with Zoom, you never know how that works. Stefania, tutti... Ecco, sì, tutti quanti. Facci vedere tutti quanti in Zoom.
Please show everybody on Zoom, all of the participants.
No, Darko, Jesse.
No.
Carmela, sì, ciao.
Puoi sentirmi?
Hello, Carmela, can you hear me? Stefania has gone.
Stefania sent email to us that she cannot stay any longer, so she had to leave before.
Sì, non è Stefano Pisani. Va bene, vi ringrazio del...
Very much for your patient. We're a bit late, but we are in the Mediterranean area after all.
I'll say it in English and then in Italian. Ah, va bene. No, lo dico in italiano e basta.
No, I'll say that in Italian, and that's it. No, let's switch to English.
So you've gotten a taste for the structure of this park. There is a sort of an overreaching. There's an. Ma loro non traducono in inglese, non si può.
Okay.
Oh. Che devo parlare? C'è una strategia, una visione.
There's a strategy, a central vision, a core vision, attracting the people to the idea. We've created a community of values around this vision, a community of prestigious subjects who are able to see a territory where they are not used to see signals or signs of vitality. Plus, we've launched such practical projects which are under the product, which promote the intangible culture and aspects behind the products. Therefore, my question is, in your vision of a cluster, meaning the shape that the partnership should have, the MD-net partner should have, to what extent can your model in Sicily be helpful?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, I'll translate. It's okay. The question is here. You've seen this model at two
levels, the strategic level of a common vision that the stakeholders can recognize themselves into. And then that is articulated into thematic groups which are developing concrete projects. And these concrete projects have more to do with the intangible that of the Mediterranean diet and less on the products. But they are the how would you say, the foundation of the market competitiveness of the products. So
Yes,
the question is, how would you see that model in the future architecture of the partnership?
First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the organization of this event and also for all the activities that Caltanissetta is doing, especially because the municipality joined very lately in the process and they are catching up very quickly. Will you translate this or should I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, regarding focus more on the intangible heritage than to the product, I think that this is very welcomed for the project, especially because majority of other partners focused more on the products and less on the intangible heritage, which is also very important for the Mediterranean diet. That's why I think that this is very good focus. Jesse?
Darko, they're telling me, sorry, if you click on, there's a globe, you can move into the whole transmission in English.
Okay, I did.
So we don't need to... Do you hear the interpreter? Lo senti l'interprete?
No, I hear you.
Can you hear the interpreter?
Yes, now I hear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Okay, Carmela, il tuo commento.
Carmela, what's your comment about that? Well, I have so many comments related to this morning's presentations. I took so many notes about all of the things that have been said, and I'd like to thank the municipality of Caltanissetta. I can see that Francesco Nico is still there joining this initiative, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me because we spent 4 years working together coordinating this activity, which left a deep sense of belonging to this project, and I'm proud to share these feelings with you all. I must say that in the light of all that has been carried out within this project, we are aware that the municipality of Caltanissetta has been working hard in the territory. Jesse introduced a variety of tools which are extremely important and helpful. There are two things I'd like to point out. On the one hand, many of you have said that actually it is important to have a relationship with the territory so that these international connection activities are efficient, concrete, effective. Therefore, networks and network tools, just was mentioning, are extremely important. It we must say that because these are technical tools requiring great skills, we need some people to support us and to convey such skills and knowledge throughout the territory. We need a technical and scientific beating heart, cooperating with all of the local public institutions, either at a local and at an international level. This is something of a paramount importance in order to build up a durable and sustainable work. We've worked together for 5 years. Jess and Marco, you worked very hard within such 13 partner network. And that this has an enormous added value for the whole European and international networks based on the Mediterranean diet partner. All of them are working hard, and many of them have worked hard on the Mediterranean diet. This is a very strong added value which should be promoted and supported. The second issue is the added value of the work that we've carried out. Marco was mentioning this earlier. There is a capacity of making tangible what is intangible, which stems from this project. We started talking about the Mediterranean diet as an intangible heritage, but we found out that the tangible aspects related to this, the intangible nature of this project are very important, and they relate to and they reflect in the product, in the shape of the territories. And the fundamental topic is that of supporting the intangibility and the cultural aspects of the Mediterranean diet as values which should be made tangible through our products. In order to do so, all that is intangible must be turned into economic opportunities, things with which we can build up our economic identity. The theme, that the topic is how can we make this intangible product turn into a tangible opportunity through the products that we are able to offer. If we turn all of that into an economic potential, then we can reach our ultimate goals, because the Mediterranean diet is limited in terms of quantities and spaces and territories representing the Mediterranean diet. Competitiveness at an international level can be effective only if we build up networks of small quantities but with a big value, and if we offer them to the market. through the new cohesion policy and through the resilience and plan, the recovery, the resilience plan. Networking is important, and MediaNet should turn into something which is a service for this type of strategy, for this vision, which puts together intangible values and quality of tangible products, meaning food and territory, through a simple operation. Let's try to build up a Euro-Mediterranean cluster, which is what we are actually doing, as a final product, which may be the starting point for a new strategy. Euro-Mediterranean cluster. We are currently building up this Euro-Mediterranean cluster within the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. We are currently cooperating with the Chamber of Commerce of Sevilla and the Euro-Mediterranean Foundation of Barcelona, and we are working together. For the first time, Sicily is on the map, along with thanks to the municipality of Caltanissetta. Yes, you're right, and all of the partners of MDNet are invited to join the MedDiet Euro cluster. You'll soon receive an email in the coming days. This is the cluster of the 13 partners, provided that they will subscribe, including the so-called local stakeholders who subscribe the Mid-Act Declaration. All of this Euro-Mediterranean community, which will probably include 100 or 150 subjects from the 13 areas of the DNet territories, represent the starting point to promote the values, the eco values of the Mediterranean diet, because without the economy we cannot reach any goals. But this should happen through the offer of products having an intangible value, including the protection of territories and so many other relevant aspects. Jesse, the element characterizing an added value within the network of European Euroclusters, which are based on innovation and manufactured products, which are technological products. However, the intangible value but actually this is the only network which is able to propose the intangible aspects. Just when I was telling about the 4 networks, I was also thinking about some other similar experiences from other countries with which we may collaborate. I'm talking about the game rooms and quiz programs. Can you tell us any of these stories, any of these experiences? Yes, sure. First of all, this Med Diet Eurocluster serves to create connections and to connect project ideas. There is a variety of ideas which stemmed from our work within MDNet. One of these ideas comes from Slovenia. Small products made by small local producers. regarding the innovative use of products related to the Europe, the Mediterranean diet, which do not have a market because we're talking about very small productions. But if we put them together with other those products of small communities collaborating with the Chamber of Commerce of Sevilla or another community producing olive oil in Bosnia and Herzegovina, maybe we could find a constant offer over time, and which may turn into a real offer within the international market. Another idea which comes to my mind is based on the Croatia model. Croatia has participated actively in these initiatives, especially with regard to the construction of educational pathways and training programs revolving around the Mediterranean diet. As you were talking about what you're doing and the schools that you've involved, I was thinking that we may create relationships and connections between schools from Croatia and schools from the province of Caltanissetta, for instance. Another topic regards the so-called landscape walks. There are communities that we met in Portugal, including associations working in the field of walks related to the Mediterranean diet. We're talking about small associations which may be connected with associations dealing with the same topic, and we may create integrated offers regarding niche tourism for an external market. So we may connect young people from the province of Caltanissetta and of Cilento with those from other countries. We may create some connections and exchange of ideas, thanks to which we can keep working together, first of all, and while supporting these smaller rural territories, even from the economic point of view. Otherwise, they will die out. Thank you very much. To conclude, Marco.
Sono spariti. Forse non lo vuole dire.
Maybe Marco doesn't want to speak.
Darko.
Yes.
Ci sei?
Yes.
Qual è il prossimo progetto che facciamo?
Darko, what's the next project that we can do together?
Basically, this is a very hard question, but first, before having the project idea, I think that we should think about what are the future trends in which we could work in the next year. So I think that with this project of MDNet, we should continue somehow, because it was a strategic one, and I think it for at least Interreg Mediterranean, the food should be central. That's why I really hope that we will be able to build something together. And I have identified a few trends in which Mediterranean diet could go in the future. So the first trend that I have identified is food sustainability. This means that basically Mediterranean diet produces less greenhouse emissions than the ordinary diet. And by the scientific documents, they say that Mediterranean diet reduces greenhouse emissions by about 72%. And also it reduces land use consumption for the production of the food by 58% and energy consumption for 52%. And this could be one of opportunities to connect the Mediterranean diet as innovation with also with the environmental impacts, because we all know that majority of funds and are used for the two different focuses. One is the innovation, and the second one is the green policies. And these green policies are becoming more and more important in the next financial period. Another also connected trend which I see for Mediterranean diet is a biodiversity promotion. According also to the literature, about 30 crops provide 90% of the dietary needs worldwide. And if Mediterranean diet would basically help to diminish the decrease of the variety of plants, this would also increase the biodiversity. Next trend which I see is incorporation of Mediterranean diet to the tourist and hotel offer. This means that we could include some new products and also services for the hotel tourism, full Mediterranean diet experience, including slow food. We also have learned through the project that the health aspects of Mediterranean diet are very important. This was especially showed by the Mr. Gramigna from the United States. And he had basically interest to connect also the Mediterranean diet and our project with the United States tourists, which could come to the Mediterranean area, not only for the tourism, but also for the health reasons. During the pandemic, we have learned something, at least in Slovenia, and this is the addiction to the ICT, especially children. And my question is, could the Mediterranean diet be used also for the healing addictions? Could prepare the whole product, not just the food, but also the cultural aspects, the production of food, and through these programs, we could also decrease the ICT addiction, especially for the youth. And very similarly, this could be also used to reduce the stress in the workplace by having Mediterranean diet for the different team buildings for the companies. And we could also use the Mediterranean diet for different community gardens and for food circularity, because circular economy and especially circular food will for surely be one of the future trends. So said many things. I think that we have quite a lot of challenges, and I would to work with you for the future calls of the Mediterranean program, which will open very soon. According to my information, it could be opened even before this summer.
Can I add something to the proposal by Darko?
Yes, please.
Darko, concerning the potential the possibilities of new
Mi pare
course.
una ampia gamma di possibili strade.
We have a wide range of pathways. Let's wait for the coming calls. Let's give a round of applause to Darko and Carmela.
Stavo aggiungendo due cose che sono due inviti che vorrei fare a tutti voi che siete qui.
Sorry, we're going. I'm about to add another two relevant aspects. For sure, we must participate in the next Interreg Med. We'll see how and when, based on our partnership. There are two relevant issues which we've already tackled, and I'd like you to think about these two relevant projects that we may carry out within MDNet. One is related to the European Cluster Cooperation Platform, which includes some yearly calls. We have some good funds. We can finance networking activities, and the first session, the first call will be published in November. So if we work well, we will be able to participate as a Eurocluster in November. We may proceed with the activities we've partly mentioned. And the second issue, which is closely related to the Mediterranean diet, is education. We are currently collaborating with the Chamber of Commerce of Sevilla to present a project on Erasmus Plus revolving related to the to the Mediterranean diet. These two sides of the project are extremely important. This is my proposal as future topics we should deal with other than Interreg Med. Thank you, Carmela. I'm sure that Francesco Nicoletti, who is a very enthusiastic person, heard what she said and is probably already taking notes, so to start taking into account the aspects that you mentioned will be taken by the whole partnership in Caltanissetta. I believe that we should thank once more Carmela for your contribution and for your experience that you shared with us despite all of the difficulties. We, however, achieved positive results, which allow the municipality of Caltanissetta to be supported by all of you. So thank you, Darko. Thank you, Stefania. Thank you all. Even one of our partners who this morning sent us a message where she explained why she could not join us today. However, she was very into this, she is into this project, and she will participate in the coming sessions. She All this is a real family working on the same project. Thank you for location and time. And I'd like to thank all of our partners too. I'd like to convey my greetings. Hi Carmela, hi Darko. I'm sending you a big hug from this wonderful theater of Caltanissetta. I hope to see you here next time. I agree with what you said. Caltanissetta is a part of this big family, and we are happy to move on together. We must be proud of what we've achieved, and we are willing to improve ourselves. You know how much we've committed, you know our vision within this big net. Like to thank you for participating in this today's session. I'd like to thank all of the members of the board. Let's keep working hard.
Thank you to Natale as well for all his efforts. Thank you. Our presence is here to turn difficulties into opportunities. The important thing is the legacy we leave to others and not the difficulties we had. I'm sorry I must go. I'd like to say goodbye to everybody and all the others there attending. A special goodbye to Nicoletti, whom I hope to meet personally. Thank you. Sorry, I must go. I'll see you in Naples.
Goodbye also from my side. Thank you for the invitation, and I wish you a very good continuation of the meeting today.
Grazie Darko.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Darko. This panel has been successful too. I'd like to make an observation, which maybe deserve a new working session. Today it is as if we were moving from the inclusion of the diet of the immaterial list of UNESCO to cultural heritage seen as an integrated and holistic view. Therefore, this is a dichotomy between material and immaterial, and it wouldn't have any reason to exist at this point. As we're speaking about a Mediterranean diet and symbolic communities representing it, I have the pleasure to say hello and welcome the Mayor of Polica, Stefano. Good morning. We met in September 2018 in your town, and I told you I was looking forward to meeting you in Sicily, and I do hope that this is going to occur soon. It's a pity you're not here with us. 2022 as a year with you as mayor of Polica. It's a beautiful um, historic town. I invite all those attending now or through the platform recordings to go and visit Polica, not just because they've got a capable mayor, but because it's a town with a fantastic landscape, fantastic air, fantastic food, and please allow me to say with a fantastic community. So, in your capacity as a mayor in the network of emblematic cities, give burden to manage and coordinate the 2022 activities with your coordination. What is in the pipeline and what can how can this contribute to the Mediterranean lifestyle park in Caltanissetta? Thank you very much for your words and appreciation for Cilento, my town. I'd like to also greet Francesco Nicoletti. I hope we can coordinate with Francesco such a project, many opportunities, and I'm sorry for not being there because of other pressing engagements. Polic and Cilento this year play a pivotal role in coordinating the emblematic towns. We got Polic and 6 more included in the acknowledgement by UNESCO. I'm not listing all of them. They're all beautiful places. We are working on a shift of paradigm, which is not just small interventions or productions. Excellence productions can become niche products, but it's easy. I'm fascinated with the idea of the park because emblematic communities are trying to have immaterial heritage to and turn it into not niche productions, but more sustainable production methods in line with the Mediterranean lifestyle to be extensively used. And what is the meaning of training new generation to Mediterranean lifestyle? It's not just for them to learn the history of the Mediterranean lifestyle, but also how it is becoming modern and advancing. In rural areas is much better than the metropolitan areas and big cities where life standard is higher. Working the land was the modern physical activity. Now working the land has been replaced by machineries and the physical effort and physical exercise has decreased. To a new generation to go back and work the land and replace machineries. Of course, this is not possible. We can do this by in farming, and maybe physical activity could be included in the fitness practice. This means changing lifestyle, which is, however, revolving around environmental quality, the integral ecology mentioned by the Pope is important now in all its phases when we speak about health, tourism, and lifestyle. I think lifestyle must be well balanced in the modern world. This accounts and with this war going on, where economy, the production of food are becoming essential elements, well, these things are forcing us to a new development. From the title of the panel, focusing on the connections with the Euro-Mediterranean area and the topic of development, I can tell you that the Mediterranean diet is the leitmotif for the testing and trialing cluster we are as detected by UNESCO. We need to do more than that. We want others to join club of people with virtues. We need interregional cooperations, international cooperations, which is the logic of Interreg. We need to trial on the spot and then export that in the emblematic communities. We have set up the Italian coordination with this target, which means keep on building and connecting several points in the same network, which is the Mediterranean diet, to have a consolidated model with excellent points, with specific enterprises with reference markets, and we can most of all disseminate this approach in a broad and, for instance, the park managed by Caltanissette. We do not want to just do things in our backyard. We need to do this in a disseminated and widespread way. This means we are on the right way. We are heading towards the right destination. Now the panel is quite long. I do not want to be long either. Thank you. I kindly invite you to Polica, and I hope to be able to come and see you personally in Sicily. The south of Italy is the center of the Mediterranean area. Now, starting from this, I think we can go beyond. Thank you. Thank you, Stefano. I'd like to ask you something more. In June, there'll be the festival of the Mediterranean diet in Polica. Have you already drawn up the program and the schedule? Can you give us some indications? Is there an opportunity for us to cooperate with the festival? This year the festival has been extended. It's big. It's a national festival which we can hopefully launch as of May this year. We will have the opportunity to collect events with a certification and approval of a scientific community so that everybody can speak about the Mediterranean diet all over Italy. Then later we will invite you to speak about development strategies for Mediterranean diet models which are developing throughout the world and not just the Mediterranean area. The added value of the Mediterranean diet is increasing. Many are enjoying the environmental sustainability, life quality. We will invite you here at the some lines. Then we will ask you for details and how we can build the National Festival of the Mediterranean Diet. This is great news, Stefano. Thank you so much. Every year on the 16th of November, with the celebration of the UNESCO Mediterranean diet, there is a ceremony. Last night we had a performance with puppets focusing on anti-mafia actions with Falcone and Borsellino judges. We know each a martyr, and I'd like to mention here Angelo Vassallo, the mayor before you, who was trying to counter organized crime, and he too, like Falcone and Borsellino, was killed because of his past actions. Thank you, Natale, for mentioning Angelo. He's especially present in connection with the UNESCO Mediterranean diet. Maybe without Angelo, we wouldn't have had a Mediterranean diet included in the UNESCO heritage list. In kind on his side. A round of applause from Caltanissetta for you as well as for Angelo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. The new paradigm is to export and be together, united to build a new world. Thank you.
Last panel regarding our morning session. I'd like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Cimino. Please come here to the stage. I'd also like to invite Mr. Barone, Mr. Cimino is a representative of the region, and I took for granted that well, our warrior will be here with us, so please join us here on the stage. Mr. Cimino, from the Department of Extra-Regional Affairs of the region of Sicily, and he was very interested in Jesse Marsh's presentation on the opportunities for cooperation, especially trans-regional cooperation for 20 to 2027. Mr. Barone is a representative of the single food department. We do hope we'll manage to build up one single integrated food system, which we discussed over these past days from different viewpoints. I'd like to start from a vision which should encourage us to work on macro policies to be applied at a territorial level with participation and the involvement of other stakeholders, either public and private stakeholders, profit and no-profit stakeholders. This is the new challenge we're going to face, Mr. Cimino. Therefore, I believe it is important to hear the viewpoint of the Sicilian region, even though we are going to receive hints and instructions from in the coming months. Please, Mr. Cimino. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Mr. De Santis, Mr. Nicoletti, Mr. Giordano, whom I had the chance to meet in other circumstances. I am very interested and happy with this 3 days which I have followed enthusiastically. Yesterday I was connected remotely, and we need to rethink about some roles and policies and mechanisms. The regional policies are important. We've worked hard over the past years. In an important lesson on economic politics. When it comes to such events, we try to look at the future and the challenges for the new generations. Each of us try to do their best over the past years. However, there is an issue to be solved. What can we tell the new generations? What can we do with the new economy and in this new island? First of all, let me introduce the department I work for. Mr. Marshall mentioned there is a lack of attention because it's difficult to follow all of these calls and initiatives related to the recovery and resilience plan. Sometimes we run the risk of overlapping some funds and initiatives. I've recently been in Rome to share my opinions with other representatives from the Lazio region. These days gave me the opportunity to rethink about several aspects. The recovery and resilience plan is definitely a great and all of the other current issues. However, even before the pandemic, we were already we had already been experiencing economic difficulties and cultural and economic gaps. If a call for the old villages is published, but with a certain amount of funds, but with a lack of connections, of common ideas, of development plans, of integrated plans. We cannot do much. Sometimes we propose one ancient village as the area of Vizzini. Well, I do hope that all of these initiatives may be organized in a clear way. Nobody has asked. I come from the province of Caltanissetta. Nobody has never asked if it would be a good idea to build a new airport in our area. For instance, sometimes we run the risk of attracting tourists without being able to providing them with the right facilities and services. However, the department I work for has always dealt with extra regional, initiatives, events over time. This department as well, now the department does not manage funds anymore. However, we deal with our heritage. It is important to create a network of stakeholders, professional stakeholders, scientists. I was very interested in Professor Marsh's presentation. He gave us a great lesson for what to all of us Sicilians. Sicily is not absent. The thing is that there is a lack of parties. No, we need a structure. We need to connect with the territories. We need to understand what the territory really needs and bring all of our ideas into Brussels. We should collaborate through a proper training for managers. We deal with structural funds. On the other hand, we should also collaborate with regard to European regulations based on the be involved in other situations. I happen to deal with fishery, and I've noticed that Brussels was absent, was far away from us. They were weren't aware of what was lacking and what we actually needed. Many businesses, many fishing villages were lost. Some of them were turned into B&Bs, but or other accommodation or other forms of accommodation villages into accommodation places. I was born in a family of fishermen. I'm not very keen on agriculture, but I understand what has changed over these past years. Our challenge is that of getting the young understand some crucial aspects, which is what should we do for a better future. Well, as we said yesterday, well, the war may not impact our economy too much. However, it is impacting some industries which have been neglected for some time and which follow the American model. I'm an enthusiast. I'm a fan of the United States because it has always been land of opportunities. However, we cannot alter our excellences. The Mediterranean area is a great incubator of culture, of health. It's a natural nursery. We've been the cradle of civilizations for centuries. I come from a land which is Agrigento, hosting some of the most beautiful temples of all the times. However, we're obliged to send our children out of Sicily. The department does exist and it is involved in training programs for the personnel. This is a part of our role. We established some steering committees involving all of the different partners. Sometimes all of these European funds may serve to build useless facilities or buildings. The resilience, recovery and resilience plan is definitely important, but sometimes people owning a specialized degree are sent back to their countries, but they cannot invest their knowledge adequately. I was thinking about involving the Gallup network, which is a local network, but just to create a counseling service through an integrated mechanism. We're collaborating with an inter-Mediterranean committee, including 13 Italian regions and some other European regions. The current president is Ms. Musumeci is going to be a candidate for the second time. We've dealt with her sustainability, which regards the whole continent. I'd like to convey my greetings to Professor Busetta, who is here. He's we collaborate with several institutions, including COPEM, the Permanent Committee of Regions and local authorities, thanks to which I had the opportunity to meet Professor Giordano. They deal with interreligious dialogue. They try to shorten the distances between cross-border countries from the Mediterranean area. Some cooperation groups, we have several tools that we may offer to pave the way. My department is willing to support you. And I believe that that events like this should be repeated and held in other cities. This has been such a high-profile event. I'm sorry that some young people left. My brother, who passed away last year, graduated at Bocconi University. Then he moved abroad, and I was so sorry about that. My son once told me, I want to deal with sustainability. And I was thinking about what for. Sometimes young people are more forward-looking than us. Thank you very much once again.
Grazie ingegnere, caro Peppe.
Thank you, engineer. Dear Beppe, I must say that your question is a rhetorical question. Sometimes this relationship is blessed. We're very late. Talking about food, I'm glad to invite Mr. Barone, who is the president of the board of the food district. I wish you all the best for the proceedings, and I do hope that this collaboration with the visionary idea of Caltanissetta may be fruitful. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Back in 2019, we held a meeting in Caltanissetta to start work actively in our territories. We realized that the agricultural industry needed more, well, stronger cooperations. I'm the president of this district, which is sponsored by the GAL and FLAG. We started from Caltanissetta because we had already decided that one of our main goals was that of building up a network revolving around the idea of food. Therefore, we now have a common project. We started from Caltanissetta, where we held the first official meeting. We've become partners of the Park of the Mediterranean Diet. I believe that the problem which arose this morning, thanks to Professor Marsh's presentation and overview on sustainability. Well, sustainability is a global issue which from the 2030 agenda. While he was speaking, he was mentioning goals because we work hard to achieve necessary goals, which then turn into a real system. Our park is made up of networks which need to connect and which get which are financed by several resources. When it comes to integrated territorial projects, these need funds for training, investments, development, for many other things. Therefore, they need to connect with the council or agriculture, the councillorship for the environment. Therefore, we need to solve this problem starting from, well, based on our Sicilian experience, we've launched another initiative. Food district were established after the great success of Expo, and Minister Martina wants to follow this model revolving around the sustainability of food. People get around worldwide to taste food and to enjoy landscapes. From all of the development policies existing in our country, we had 5 or 6 different types of districts, including agro-food, urban, extra-urban production districts. We had so many tools. And at a certain point, thanks to new regulations, we managed, thanks to the budgetary law, the government established food districts in order to promote the development, inclusion, territory development, to encourage proximity activities, reducing environmental impact, decreasing waste, protecting landscapes and agricultural activities, farming activities. However, we do not get the right funds. Sometimes when it comes to calls, they allocate 20 billion euros for a project requiring 40 million euros. How we put together all of the territories of our country. We established a board within a few months. We forced the government to include 120 million euros and within the budgetary law, and this has been the first system action of our country. In Sicily, there are 54 million euros of investments, but there is a small gap we need to bridge. I'll meet the councillor in the coming days. These projects require the participation of the region. We are negotiating the co-funding with other regions. I must say that everybody supports is supporting our initiatives now. We're waiting for the government, and we do hope that the government will support us too. We only need an extra 8 million euro. So that all businesses will be able to improve their activities. There are 4 financial departments in Sicily. One is the district, Distretto Pane Olio, Olive and Bread District, located in Favara. There is another one, the so-called Bio District of the Second Lands, with several businesses involved and interested in this project. This project is very important. It tries to create a network. We have a network involving thousands of businesses, and we need to communicate with each other, which is important. What is being discussed today must be shared with everybody, with all of the involved parties. If we get these funds, and if the region, the Sicilian region contributes by funding these initiatives, we'll achieve our goals. The ministry is going to publish a call on artificial intelligence in the coming days. We tried to establish a Vodafone with other businesses in order to reduce the use of chemicals. Therefore, we are trying to invest on artificial intelligence-based tools. You were talking about landscapes earlier. As a representative of the district, of the food district, I signed a memorandum of understanding with Professor Agnoletti, because I believe that landscapes are strategic. But in order to be strategic, we must have some conditions. We must keep it alive. In this framework, we've participated in a project based on a memorandum of understanding with my district, the Department of Agriculture of Firenze, with Professor Agnoletto, because as soon as this project is financed, we'll try to bring something new in Sicily, because and this means that there is a Sicily, the Sicily wants to go far. Beppe. We've already started a debate on the use of the calming funds. Yesterday in Catania, they held the first meeting on the uses of FES. We have already a document that we've already included at the food district as a strategic investment. We've discussed this with the director, but there's also objective 5, which we're interested in. We want the park to become a strategic initiative for Sicily, for the whole region. I'll tell you what we've already done with the CAP's plan has been modified. We asked all the partners to integrate it, the landscape, in this document, which we hope will be approved in June by the European Union Commission. Well, the landscape is key, is crucial. Integrated territorial projects must become the strategy for our territory. This document will be signed, subscribed in June, and it will be based, it will revolve around this strategy. We told them that our territory has several tools, including districts, the GAL, and we need to find a coordination between all of these stakeholders. Otherwise, we'll end up wasting our time. Whereas each stakeholder should be able to actively participate in the project. We are actually working on these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is a fantastic explanation of the state of the art and is also summing up what has come up from our morning working session. Now, something I cherish and Mrs. Cataldo is going to take the floor soon. Pietro Busetta is kindly asked to make his way to the stage. And we are about to draw our conclusions for these 3 intensive working days. Francesco Nicoletti, Beppe Lamezze, Beppe De Santis are thanked, and most of all to our host, Mayor Mr. Gambino. Thank you. Auto microphone. He's a statistician who has become a statesman. We've been attending all his events for about 30 years. I'm sorry, the speaker is not using the microphone properly.
Quest'ultimo libro, ma era stato preceduto da uno un po' più cattivello, il coccodrillo Soffoco. Questo, Il lupo e l'agnello, che è un capolavoro vero, quindi va letto. Quindi ragazzi, al di là dell'età, ho chiesto a Pietro di portare alcune, che io sono tremendo, sapete, vecchio sindacalista, come Varone, abituato alle cose terra. Abbiamo portato pure alcune copie, compratele, perché questo faremo una campagna, paese per paese, scuola per scuola, che è una bomba atomica. Tant'è che per motivi organizzativi gli orari, Pietro è venuto a volo, dico, vediamo che se no non partiamo mai, quindi facciamo anche poi un passaggio in fuori programma, ma diciamo per il maestro, ma serve a preparare la campagna su questa cosa qui. Lui ha visto tutti gli appunti qua maniacali presi, quindi ci vedremo per un po' al polo universitario alle 3:30 dopo la colazione. Dico, una colazione, dico, ecco, per capire. Questo è un capolavoro, una bomba atomica, perché se no il resto diventa, Francesco, tutto chiacchiere. Qui richiama anche alle cose terra. Se non c'è una svolta nella logistica del Mediterraneo in Sicilia, che facciamo? Di che cosa faremo? No, per dirne una. Ma questo è un vero, perfino programma politico, in sostituzione di qualche carenza in giro. Ed è violento, giustamente, e Pietro ha servito per 30 anni con una pazienza pazzesca, no? I seminari enormi a Villeggia, in cui chiamavo tutti gli economisti, soprattutto della Svimez e contorni, ha mantenuto l'ottica meridionalista, un po' evacuata, no? Tu sai, noi abbiamo avuto dei buontemponi intellettuali, perché la questione meridionale non c'è più, mentre aumentava, no? Pensiamo alla pazzia pura, questa è da manicomio.
Peppe, queste cose le affronteremo oggi durante la presentazione.
Ma dovete comprare i libri, perché senza questo il resto è tutte chiacchiere.
Aperti sono le librerie da qui alle 3:30?
Anche perché faccio una campagna militare, quindi non è che mi scapperete.
E allora di bomba atomica non abbiamo bisogno.
Of course, we don't need an atomic bomb. Let's try and skip this difficult topic. So thank you, Beppe, for this introductory warm remarks. It's a great pleasure for me here. In the morning, in the afternoon, we're going to speak about the book. Now, I'd like to frame in a certain way all the things up throughout the morning session. We're speaking about implementing projects that can solve issues. So we should have a leitmotif. Sometimes the risk is that we can miss the leitmotif. The south of Italy, with 21 million inhabitants, has only got 6 million people job. Only one individual out of 4 have a job. The rest are unemployed. In Emilia-Romagna, with 4 million inhabitants, they've got 2 million working people. So we will need 1 million extra jobs. In the south, we will need more than 3 million jobs. All this is the reason why we are in the structural funds and why we are working on things. Europe is trying to do something vis-a-vis this issue. We've had structural funds for 40 years and 6 million people with jobs are still the same. This means that all the structural foundation has been a waste, useless, and this is very bad. So these funds have been completely useless. The funds we are getting now is not funds we are getting because of COVID. And I'm referring to the Recovery and Resilience Plan. If it were because of COVID, support to big countries, big member states would have been bigger. So we're speaking about billions of euros of loans, than 25 billion euros of Germany, which account for a huge gap. We've got the South. They use 3 parameters: residence, unemployment rate, and income. In Italy, thanks to the South of Italy, we've got the worst criterion parameters ever. Some people say that this money was allocated because of COVID, but resources end up, they thought, in the same place in the north of Italy. This is what they were concerned about.
Saremo in autostrada perché questo paese.
This country didn't understand the approach that is needed is different. The overall situation is penalizing for us, and it's better. They should have understood that some regions, some municipalities were not capable of working on projects. We didn't need to be genius to understand that a competitive level, many projects could have been used in a different way. So everything has to be revised within the EU. The topic is to see the communities we need to create a million of jobs, otherwise the migration will keep on existing. We cannot allow this because we do not want children and grandchildren to have to come back to go to the grandparents' funerals. They need to enjoy their grandparents as they live here. Mobility must be bidirectional. If it's not bidirectional, it is migration. So the basic foundation is to understand how to use these resources. And this is the only tool to solve the problem. Spatial economic zones are becoming important because we need to attract investments. If we do not have investments from foreign countries, we're not going to improve our conditions. Solar panels in Catania, for instance, some people were speaking about farming and tourism, but these are not the solutions to solve the problem, because farmers will decrease in numbers. The approach must be a global one, and we need to rethink and reschedule most of the things. It's late. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you'll be interested in the book as my friend Beppe De Santis was interested. Thank you, Professor Busetta, for being very sensitive. I'm sorry we are running late. So these very interesting remarks on the system could be added when you introduce your book. Now, the commitment of the community of Caltanissetta within the Mrs. Cataldo is one of the pillars of the organization of this event, and we will not forget her. Concetta. So now you're mirroring the interest of the community, the interest the community had for our work. Thank you. In the framework of DMD.net activities, a call was made to the communities, the areas falling within this partnership, which is that of being a part of a community, which is a declaration, a statement. We've got this statement throughout the activities in November and December in Caltanissetta, and the Sicilian region welcomed this invitation. 60 people signed the statement from all over Sicily. So there was a great success. Unlikely because it's late and because of the system. The objective is to protect, promote the Mediterranean diet through the activities, associations, enterprises, municipalities, and all the things there by focusing in a special way on the Mediterranean lifestyle. Luckily, today we do not have so many representatives for the signatories of this statement. We would have liked to welcome them physically within this community. I'm going to call to the podium those who are still here. For those who have left, there'll be another event organized. Rosario Giunti, Anna Martano, representing the Accademia dei Monsu. Mrs. Manzano is a food writer. She writes articles and books about food. Davide Scancarello is one of the ambassador enterprises in Caltanissetta, even through the Diet Festival, which was held online, organized by the Chamber of Commerce in Seville. Auto microphone.
Nel frattempo vedo se c'è ancora
Massimo Alberto Galli. You've always been the ambassador for this sector. Giorgio Loconte, on behalf of Centro Studi Medea. Mr. Rullo. Who is one of our passionate followers. Then a representative from Greenway. They are promoting trails on sits. Morabito had to leave before. Councillor Trapani will organize this part of the session again. Mr. Tominelli. Beppe De Santis, Jesse Marsh are all kindly invited to come on the stage so that we can have a photograph taken. This is a living tool. This is a living lab. We are not celebrating anything but bearing witness for our work. As all the community is gathering here to be represented in a photograph, and as we wait for people to come on stage, I'd like to thank, first of all, the Caltani State Administration, Municipality, Mayor, Mr. Gambini, as well as other councillors, but they both contributed enormously. Thank you, Beppe De Santi. I'd like to thank all the members, socio-economic actors of the park. Thank you, Concetta, who is the pillar of the organization, a very reliable and effortless, working enormously. Thank you, Jesse Marsh. Thank you. Thanks. Special thanks go and I must acknowledge those who have worked behind the scenes as the most important today is going to be completed with a book presentation. I'm about the representative of the technical office, architect Piano, and engineer Tomasella. All the girls worked as hostess and then our interpreters who each time allow us to have a perfect translation of our speeches. So thank you to everybody who contributed. The GAL, the local action group, and so be hosting us this afternoon. They are special partners for this event. Thank you, and see you next time. Long life to Mediterranean lifestyle.
Però io me la tolgo la mascherina. Perché c'ho la
No, sopra di me no, questa cosa.